Yo, 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 yo. How we doing? Do we remove the chat? Yes. Just for the time being. Just kind of like put it in corner up here. Maybe go on POE2 for a little bit. That'll do it. That'll do. That'll do. Wow, we all. Right. Special for that. Oh, there's an update. Big update. I hope there's no errors, like no changes or anything like that. Also, I feel like I might have fixed my mic. Not my mic, my camera. This thing. I feel like it might be working. Oh, I'm nearly at 800 hours. What? Why is game capture not working now? Oh, my OBS absolutely is having my life lately. There we go. There we go. Should we go do some sort of... No, we'll go on. We'll go on. Go on my invoker. Blast around a map for 25 minutes. Everything's going to start to go, isn't it? We'll just blast around here for a bit. Don't know. Can't remember how to play this. X. Get my power charges. Swap. Get my power charges. Swap. And then flicker. 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 Look at them explosions. Look at that. Easy. strike. But it's when you don't have a filter on. There we go. Oh, perfect over transmutation. What's in that? If I have my filter on. Easy. Look at them explosions. Didn't even have to do all that. I just stood still. Let's go wipe out the boss. Hello, boss. Let's go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Look at flicker. 1.12 million. Right. Right. What even is it? Jesus Christ, how much stuff have I got? What's that sound? Don't go. How weird. I was left 16 minutes.
What do you need?
Some normal mats. Run some normal mats. I hope they change this, you know what I mean? Like, make it a bit easier to set up. It's at a million DPS, so I'm not going to complain about that. I want a flick. A flick, look at this. Boy. You're gonna give me a stabilizer. Yo, how are you doing, Roger? Where is the enemy? Oh, yeah. You son of a guy. You're very quiet compared to the other stream I have going. Am I? What do you mean? What was in voice? Oh, right, oh, yeah, my mic. It were pulled away from me. I can put it here if you want. Does that sound better? You weren't talking towards the mic, yeah. What do these things are? Like, look at that. The game can't even keep up. The game doesn't even know what's going on. The game don't have a clue. Yeah, of course I am. Ew. Oh, a perfect test on some electricity. Oh, thank you very much. Look, is so good, man. Look how fast it is. It's ridiculous. Like, genuinely, this is probably the like the best build I've done on Monk. I'm not even joking. Like, look at me, I'm just sat at casual 2 million DPS. I just flick. Literally like press E and then just kinda let it do its work. I flick a druid. Big bear flicking around. Nah, I hope there's a new monk ascendancy, if I'm being honest. I feel like GGG is gonna give us. I feel like GGG is gonna give us more than we anticipated. Where are you? I could literally clear the whole map with this, you know. I genuinely could clear the whole map with Shattering Palm. Only one punch, man. Oh, good. What a rock. You never get out good with these. Do a Chaos Orb. Whoa, what did you do? What did you do, Basil? What, you want more Delirium Fog? D-minus 10 minutes to go. What's going to be stupidly slow in it is Druid. Druid's going to be ridiculously slow. I wonder how much damage I actually do. I'm sure I'll go try it. Just see how much damage I do to the boss. Oh, is that it? Oh. Thought I'd do more damage than that with Shattering Palm, and being nice. Oh, a Razor Quarterstaff tier 5. Oh, very nice. That's all we've got left now. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. If you haven't done so already, watch me on Twitch. I've got drops enabled. You get some freebies. Everybody loves freebies. Nice. Have I even got drops on it myself? You have to wait for it to go live. His drops on like. Yeah, you can change all the skins, can't you? They're pretty sick. I think my goal after Christmas is to focus on getting my my Twitch up a little bit. See if I can get some more subscribers. Um, 8 minutes, 6 minutes. I want to do a stream again when the gaming PC has had it. Get you don't have to do a thingy though. You can do it. Plug your PS5 in, get a Elgato capture card. Do you reckon we've got time to run one more map before Look at that. I'm not even bothered out. Got time to run a map. I've got a golden. Chill ground. No, get away. Go to bed, mate. Let's run a T15. I'll go then. Mineshaft. We don't want to run that. Yeah, whatever. I'm not bothered. I'm done. This could be my last map. Ah, yeah. You know, a lot of people play PC with controller. How are you doing, M banner? Sorry, F banner. Let's see if we can wipe this out in 5 minutes. 4 minutes 30 seconds. Let's go. I'm running to wall. Let's go. Man, slow down. Let's do this. Perfect. That's in the mind. Let's go. Run away. Go. Come on, Flicker. Flicky flick. One over here. Let's go. He's the boss here. No.
My kin died by the spirit's will. You'll die by mine. Forgive me.
we need to pop that back out. We need to pop that back out. Oh. We need to pop that back out. T-minus 1 minute, boys. Are we out? Are we out? What do you reckon? What do you reckon's happening? Can we hear it alright? Do we sound good? Do we sound good? Do I sound alright? Does Jonathan Rogers sound alright? Can all 3 people hear me? 10 seconds. Let's do this. You can't see my mouse, can you? No, you can't, sweet.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to ZiggyD Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
A little makeup. Do a little shake up.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
Oh, you can change between it. Ice is getting a buff, innit? Ice and fire is definitely getting a buff. Oh! It could turn into a dragon! This music, man, it gives me Witcher vibes.
I will find you, Eve.
Now as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster.
Yeah.
After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically
So it's
uses
top
magical
left, then,
staves to harness the powers of the earth and
No,
the
middle.
natural world.
Yeah, top left.
One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, Animal Talismans. When you equip an Animal Talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way.
How good that looks with its shattered
The
floor.
volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's Furious Slam.
Oh,
While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
yeah, Druid looks good, man. Druid looks so
As you
good.
consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too.
Oh, look,
It's
you
a
got all
meta
three.
gem
All
that
three.
allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
Okay,
You can
that's
even
sick.
use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Khal. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities.
Look at that,
True
that's sick.
Bearpocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble?
Sleek.
Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form.
It's all ice,
For the
isn't
wolf
it?
form, we wanted to
I
go
don't know.
fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon. And
Ice
the first
Strike.
of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode.
Ice bleeding. Ice
If you want
bleeding.
to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though.
That temper
Remember
spell.
those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can.
That
Then follow up with
that
Cross
rake
Slash to
is
generate
so
a field of
good.
icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
Yeah, Druid looks
Just
good
like
though.
with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, cross slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos.
Ice Strike's getting a buff. I can guarantee you
Finally,
Ice
the
Strike's
wolf
getting a
also
buff.
has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
Someone's gonna make like all three of them. Bang, bang,
Alright,
bang.
let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After
cool.
the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges.
Power charges.
And this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all.
Oh, it's like
Alright, so those are some
Killing
melee
palm
options,
on the monk.
but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But
oh,
that's
the
not
grass.
all
You
you
see
can
the
spit.
grass burning.
You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that,
That's
let's take a
cool.
quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities.
Oh my god, this
Use
is
lightning
so
storm with
sick.
Entangle to make them last
This is
longer.
so
and
good.
attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Look at the grass. The grass actually burns.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems.
Absolutely insane.
We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast, but you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along.
Oh my god, that is sick. Look at that.
And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost.
Or on the Monk for a nice power boost as well, because that's what I use.
Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have two options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
That looks cool.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
That is cool. That's cool.
And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death.
That's cool.
Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
Oh my god, this is making it so difficult
now, there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon.
Oh my god, it looks like a Balrog.
As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
Yeah.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still
churn.
Monk.
The temple has many functions. And with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A
Okay, I love
gateway
this.
through time. Travel into the past again and again. Alter the
It's like
temple,
dungeons. Look at that.
uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me.
You got that?
Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you
thing is
find
gone.
there to
Gamma.
fully activate one.
That's
But
bad
things
now.
don't
Hello.
always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside?
Did you get
I
Vaal
think
thing
you're
here?
gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense.
That is cool.
And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy
like
with your
it.
choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns.
100%, mate, 100%.
For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger.
Oh, for God's sake.
Atzeri is on the far side of the
Am I
temple,
back?
so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple.
Ah.
To get to him, you will need to place
know.
path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time,
Like in
adding
POE.
another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned.
Oh, for God's sake.
The Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Ooh.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up.
Imagine like
Many
trying to
of them
double corrupt
contain
something and
bosses
it
to
goes.
Special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Oh my God.
For example,
Corrupted
a
gems as
level
well.
3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitsi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster.
Oh my God, that's cool.
Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
No risk, no reward.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want.
That is so good, yeah, that's good.
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace.
Oh my God.
Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state.
Ah,
You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper-Lartal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up.
this is cool.
And a
This is very cool.
Huartalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards.
Oh,
There are
tablets and
rooms
stuff.
with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it.
Oh, that's good though.
Now, something really
That's
important
good.
is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
Oh, Booby Beast.
Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
That is all.
So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Good.
You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Green bean worker.
Now that Abyss is core, it also
It's
needs
gonna be
its
there.
own
There we go.
Atlas tree.
There we go. Yeah.
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths.
Oh, that's good.
You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do abyss crafting on waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Yes, there we go.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes.
Okay.
Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly.
That looks miles better.
So you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
I'll invite you in.
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
I mean, for me,
This only applies to regular monsters.
I
not
preferred more
bosses.
monsters.
We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference,
This one here
especially on consoles.
is like
A
100
lot more
FPS.
work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important
that's good.
area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes.
Okay.
Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava.
Smith's gone back.
Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6
so
exclusive
good.
microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
No, that's
The
cool.
Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
Oh, that's cool.
The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor
Pirate.
fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields.
Oh, they look cool.
After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout.
Okay,
A
that's
home
cool.
of
I don't.
some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with ZiggyD. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an
Patch
eye on the
notes.
news. Thanks for
Okay,
joining
2
us
hours
today
and 15
and
minutes from
checking out
now.
our latest developments.
So,
We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow
quarter to 8,
shape-shifting
quarter to 9.
exiles.
Sorry, quarter
all
to 9, quarter to
while
10.
uncovering
11
lost
o'clock.
Vaal
was it?
secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I do say so myself. Right, we're back in 2 seconds.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, ZiggyD, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the POE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though, is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
we were seeing some people say, oh, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we are probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself, because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand.
I like
from
the
your
ZiggyD
perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure.
Optimizations are
where if
massive.
you get too hectic,
Massive.
people are like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm just they're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands-on to say that, like, it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was obviously one of those things that was like kind of funny, because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like, we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of, I want to still be a bear, like, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like, how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like, I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, like, how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example. Like, we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks, because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
we were like trying to, this is not working right.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It looked really silly. And like, man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like, I wanted to actually get this the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. with the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So
cool
we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that we you want to
2000
present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we you know, like to try and get. So, you know, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. Yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, you know, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects. You know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun.
Cool, to be fair.
And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form. And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gen. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did.
In a temple, you can do like currency things and stuff. Apart from if you can just like do loads of level 3 currencies and just like
double generating
absolutely drop your
so I'm
lines.
like, I don't know if this was intended. Right. Like, no, the designer.
Is this the league I'm gonna get my first mirror?
Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know. I will see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because, like, the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's, like, ridiculously powerful. That feels, like, way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's, like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? You know, so
yeah, you
always is.
We'll see what happens.
But lightning spear,
they don't know what the problem is, so don't worry about it. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating rage, and they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the Druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. Are you actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver?
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossill to record every single line an additional 3 times. Like, so every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. But effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows
every class can be an animal.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the kind of the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well, the weapon swapping, I mean, you can still use skills from different elements.
I know.
Well, the thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well,
there.
I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we
wonder
want
if
to
it
be able
could
to make
actually
sure
work
that
in
some of
that.
those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah.
Well, as you
I
get
need
more
to- I
classes
need
and
to
more
figure out why
skills,
my
you
camera
obviously get an
keeps
overlap
messing
of
up.
the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, you know, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they
Weird.
use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like,
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on
cracks me up.
completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the like where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is
weird,
the
isn't it?
nature
I don't get why.
side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the strength int side. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because you know, the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested
Ranger
the potential there
mentioned
myself,
shop.
but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like,
It's a thing.
I do like the idea of being like
Okay,
a
you
rainy
have-
druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a
partners'
thing. It's not even
plants.
hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, Druid, you buffed poison rangers.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah.
All right, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance and stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, oh, you've got plants, and you've got like
wyverns
nature,
are
and you've
an
got like
odd one.
lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy, with us. And it's just like, well, exactly, right? That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly, right? So we're like, okay, we'll have a, yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. You know, so
All the
we,
fairs
yeah,
come
that
out.
was a that
Jonathan's
was a
funny,
real
innit?
concern. So yeah, we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal
And
is
they use like
ranged?
eye strike.
Like, it's not really, there's not,
on
like
the
there's kind of
wolf.
not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And
Yeah,
so
I mean-
eventually we settled on the wyvern.
Wonder if the monk could
someone
change to the
of
wolf.
course at one point was like, how about a
use
dragon? And
hollow
we're like,
palm.
what the heck, what are you doing? But then eventually
would
I
be so
thought about it,
stupid.
and it's like, actually, you know what, there's some potential
Oh,
here.
basically,
If
yeah.
you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look
Right.
stupid. But
It eventually, it was
got
hard
there.
though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean,
And-
as it should be for strength int.
yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration. Actually,
Yeah.
like as well, like energy recharge. I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for
cool.
my slight disingenuousness.
something cooler.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types.
Bit, yeah.
Whereas like if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general
I do
philosophy.
agree.
So
I feel
like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing.
Defense is good.
I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits.
Okay.
That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad. But we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the
so
wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore.
It gains like 10% deflection or something like that.
Dragon, they hoard gold, right?
Or 10% of armor is gained with
Sounds
deflection.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
Oh, there's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly POE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, it is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know what I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skinned thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and it like creates little
the transformations aren't locked behind the class.
There's like things like that we've added, but there's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop, but I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Kind of has to be that way.
There we go.
Well, you don't
So
have
you get
to.
flicker strike.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can
Yeah.
just
Flicker
go
strike
on if you
works,
want, but,
changes
yeah.
to the
I feel
wyvern.
like because there's like such a range
Wyvern
of
generates the power
identities
charges.
within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that
Then
doesn't really
wyvern.
align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff
Yes,
going
you
on.
could build more strength when you depending on what animal form you're playing.
Sort of.
Yeah, whereas
Jobs
like
are
the
good and
wyvern
easy.
potentially has more of that kind of magical
It does.
aspect to it, where
And
it's
then,
like that's
yeah. I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, I was like, oh, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? POE1's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. So a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there is a giant link thing there there's no links in the game really. You know, it's like what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree, and guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have this like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passives.
So far.
Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's
really
the best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
it's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits POE.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and we have, that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant, now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, like,
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more of
that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like,
oh my god, mate!
1000% pre-planned,
shocking,
or out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement
absolutely,
and with forms. It's not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability. So therefore, you don't have to actually tweak. You just put it in and it kind of works. So
like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. And so like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that. Right. Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like they
not at all,
right?
Like,
they're not. Aside from both of
Oh my god.
them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. That was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat. So I mean, on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the League. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of break the.
I really want
the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary. 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those, where for like each act we're like, and like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like, that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking the world stuff.
The POE1
obviously most of my
style,
channel's built around Monk.
You know, betrayal basement.
So it may be a good reason to branch out.
Just
Obviously
nobody
knows anything about Druids.
You know, it just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are
So
actually
that'll be a good
like, you know,
growth for my
this
channel.
makes sense.
I mean, if I just give it someone
I'm
that
not
someone
just in
hasn't
a
got.
basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like
start a Druid and then possibly
reasonably well. Like
possibly go to the
definitely
Monk.
taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin. Then later someone came along, like some Mesamites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago?
Okay, you can go to the Monk.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what
makes me want to go to the Monk because obviously I can change. I can do right at the beginning. Can kill a few enemies with the Monk.
I would say here, like the level of
change the
that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like
the bodies.
Obviously.
Get the power charges.
020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits. And, like, it was a league, but it wasn't really.
Like
didn't have like the depth of content and
all the classes. I mean, even
Smith, 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better.
Okay, it was nerfed. It was buffed. It was nerfed.
There in terms of
like POE1 level kind of.
Yeah, and then this one here, I think you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering on POE2, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content.
Yeah, it looks really good. Sonic, how are you doing?
It did take a lot of effort.
Druid does look incredible.
It's worth it because
you are right.
It shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but you know, it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out. And
I feel like the new league
will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But
you're building
really
all
in the
the
context
extra,
of POE2,
bits and stuff like that.
When you, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room,
all the extra kind of like
it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards.
Oh my god,
pretty soon expands into like a really
the
huge
temples.
List of, like, different
I feel like if you understand that,
mechanics and different
you're going to print
crafting
money.
mechanics and different rewards and
Print
everything.
currency.
There are so many
Oracle is going to be strongest in the game. You reckon?
Just in the temple.
Oh, with 130 extra passives.
Like, you know,
it's insane, is that, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options. And
the annoying thing is, you can only have.
We could take some inspiration
24
from POE1
on the
incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff.
As weapon
we had
set
to make it work in a POE2 context. You know,
like it's good, but you can only have 24. If they were weird, it could split it straight middle. Do you know what I mean?
Followed your
just straight down the middle. That'd be cool.
This one from the very beginning.
That the Oracle comes with an ascension that gives you, that allows you to put 50 extra passives on, extra 24 passives against the ascendancy.
Everyone's going to think that the game were inspired by his blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, hey, I've made this little program.
With the, obviously, where you chop your arms off and
prototyped up like a thing
put your fake arms on, to give that chance of not dying. The fact that it can become like bionic is cool as hell.
This is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Like, yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like, you know, work on this design.
I'm stream hopping right now, looking at everyone's reaction.
Changes just
how's people reacting?
Of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And you know, just make a, you know, and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made really look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah,
in the evening,
I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. So just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
yeah,
good, right?
it's always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
You know, and I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and you know, try to make each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building
sexy head, someone just
run it
weird.
like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So does with that design then I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example when you kill at Zeri or
It never
something?
fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this
Okay.
kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start.
temple-
But kind of,
the
I think
temple
it
is cool.
removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that. That it,
0.5 is going to be
at that
massive in
point,
it. Like
and,
they
then
just
you kind
said,
of have to
the
build it
amount
up
of
again.
content they're planning to
So,
release, a
that's
whole
just,
endgame change.
That effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is sorry, or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can,
because
yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on
you
that grid.
can, yeah.
Is there? Do
It
you
won't
foresee
surprise
people
me if they drop like
building out like a huge temple and then
maybe the
kind
remaining
of not
passives. Do you know
having
what I mean?
it decay
Like
as much
like
as possible?
two or
Yeah,
three
I mean,
extra
you-
passives.
It's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do
Them
the
double
stuff
corrupts
that
will be
would,
good.
Cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill
I
the
mean,
architect,
like
you don't kill at Zeri, then it will,
imagine double corrupting
it'll
like
only pull you back.
I don't
remember
know.
the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of
let's
rooms.
say
that go away,
headhunter.
Yeah.
You
Um,
double
when
corrupt it
it's
so it
quite
gets
full,
like
and then-
extra
and
bits
then,
onto
you
it
can
or
just juice
something.
it
Do you
really
know?
high and
Like
you can
really,
have
really, really good
challenging end-game
uniques.
scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game
Of
relevant.
course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a
Good.
while, then like do a bunch of
That's
incursions.
I think we
and
have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
if you want. So you can,
If you want,
yeah,
or you can do 6, then a temple,
Yeah.
then 6, then a temple.
so you can effectively
or
store up
anywhere-
10
anywhere in
runs,
between.
10 runs
Nice.
if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it. The
Well,
problems
the
we've
thing
had in
is
the
that we've
past,
got so much
you're
experience
learning.
and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple.
Oh, why is
thing,
it through
like,
there?
that's just a hard learned lesson from POE1 where
Sure,
you
Mal.
just need
They're
to.
learning.
You say we thought of it,
Hello.
and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and
Can you hear me?
a thing about, and this is something that
I can hear you.
I'm on the fence about a little bit, personally. But yeah, the thing with the killing architect and at
Sorry,
Zeri,
yeah,
destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like we've now on POE1 we
play
separated
monk
those two
ground.
things, so they're not, because it always felt
I'm
bad doing one or the
not
other.
sure yet if I
Or
will
it could
play
feel bad
monk,
doing one or
actually.
the other, depending on how the balance went. And
But
so you might
possibly.
get a similar thing here. Now, of
Like,
course, the amount of the temple
Wolf
that can get
with monk
destroyed
does
is
sound-
variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously
Was it
tweak.
wolf?
But yeah, like getting that
No,
right
it was
and feeling
Wyvern,
right will
right?
be important.
Yeah.
It's honestly
Wyvern
hard to
was
say
how
if it is
charged
right
was-
now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about
Would
it, but it
be
can be
an
very easy to see it and be like,
interesting
hey, they're doing the same
alternative
mistake
for
they made
like
last time.
profane ritual.
Which you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed.
Even
instead
I'm
of
sat there
playing
thinking,
entire board
I
reset
kind
kind
of
of
don't
thing.
know if I want.
Yeah, we get to control that.
The
a
same
little bit and
again.
Iterate on that if we
Yeah.
need to. So
Yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought
established.
about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking.
Like
about
I love
going,
the
reckon
monk,
people-
but
I reckon
with
people
how
will get-
with how new
I was just looking at it
the
going,
druid
like-
is, it's making me
you
want to
know,
like
the idea that it's like
kind of not play it. Kind of not play the monk. My
Or, like,
internet
can't
is
farm the
absolutely
bosses.
crap. Don't lie.
I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be
Think-
quite bad.
Well,
So
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already
Not
hand hovering over the level,
bounce
waiting
around.
to like adjust it as needed.
yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know.
I mean,
You
I
sound
finally figured
really
out-
quiet,
Even
by the
if
way.
you- again, it's
Well, the
Oh,
thing,
wait
with
a
this sort of
second.
stuff specifically is you're talking about.
You see
that's
about
the kind of
more
gameplay that is
headset
hard to test
settings.
internally.
Yeah,
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding.
No, my
You can
input
feel like,
volume is
you know,
quite
it's,
high actually.
Yeah.
You
So
can't-
I expect us to
Hey, you
maybe,
sound really
maybe we
quiet.
hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that.
Are you watching,
adjusted for sure.
you watching the
Yeah, so
chat
you've
that
made
they're
the,
doing?
Like the ability to sell.
I've not watched the
corruption,
interview. No, I'm not watching the
corruption,
interview.
says
Just
itemize the
playing for a
temple,
bit.
way of
Just
sell. Is there any reason
I
to,
was.
like, itemize the temple?
I kind
like
of
we did in
stopped
POE1?
caring
No,
about.
so that was really more of a
Oh, no,
band-aid
stop
solution.
caring.
in POE1
I'm
because we didn't
gonna
have an
check
easy
the
way
patch
to
notes later.
change
That's
that.
what I'm more
Like,
curious
I prefer
about.
that the
Yeah,
temple is
I
not a
think it
temple
come
where
out
you
at like
don't sell
11 or
them, but
something
just
like
all
that.
the rewards.
Yeah,
that
No,
come
10,
with it.
sorry, 10.
Like that,
So
like,
that's what?
trading
It's
the
an hour and a
rewards
half
was the
away.
reason
It's
why we
quite a long time,
designed
is that?
temple itemization in the first place.
Yeah, but
yeah,
still.
just
I'm
this
gonna
sort of
check
thing, we're
it
just
then.
making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back. That you can
Yeah.
take with you.
See.
For the band-aid in the first
Yeah,
place.
exactly.
There's some really
What else?
basic,
Yeah, new
crafts,
Vaal
so, like,
mechanics
your classic exalted
sure look
orbs and stuff like
juicy.
that.
I'm
Yeah.
Honestly,
curious what
honestly, in
kind
the
of
campaign,
Yeah.
and this is so when you're doing the
what
tempo,
kind of
you're getting
changes we are
not just the
seeing.
opportunity- like,
Let's
'cause,
see
like,
if they
obviously
change
some of the
flicker at
double crypt
all.
stuff, you're
I
not
still
gonna do
like
that at,
flicker, so
elite, you know.
I'm-
I mean,
I've been
Vaals aren't
told to
even
try
in
out
the game at that
staggering
point.
palm.
So
I
you
will
have
try
this
that
thing
out.
where
Maybe I will
Oh,
try
yeah,
it
the
later.
guy
it's like,
from
well,
Thingy,
you're gonna get a lot of the
in
crafting.
the
Now,
monk
there are still
discussion.
rewards. There is, of
Yes.
course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting
Guy
to use
figured
it on your
stuff
gear in
out.
the campaign and as you're
Yeah.
progressing.
Sure.
And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's
Yeah, I was
things
messing
typically
earlier
early
with
game, you have more crafting stuff that you
mercenary.
wanna use
It's
later.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like?
it
keeping
kind
the
of
results
feels
until
like
endgame?
even
Yeah,
for
you
Sesh
wanna
it
use
feels
those
worse
You'll
versus-
see
than
those
my
and go,
monk
I want to take
actually,
that home,
despite
but
way
just
higher
use it,
DPS.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to
Like, I can
campaign
do,
crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like
Like
you
max
can
tier
basically
Sesh
go in
is
and
like
there's like
1.5
there's like 6
seconds,
crafting
which
rooms
is
and everyone's
nice,
going on a little
but
crafting spree of like
it
upgrading their
feels
gear.
way less fluid,
Yeah,
and
with
it
the
can't
temple,
do
we-
maps
it's
because
funny
like
there's always the
I
question
do not
whenever
have
we make a
spirit on
league
that
of like,
build.
well, what if like people
Well, I
always
have
say, oh, there's no
spirit,
reason
but
to do
only
this
like
during the campaign,
100,
and it's like
just
you have to
just enough
incentivize
for
that to make it
shard
so that, it's
regulation
actually worth
and
doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if
well,
you decide to engage
sacrifice.
with it.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind
So
of
it's
like hold
literally
off as well,
bossing
like,
only.
You can be like, oh, maybe it's kind of okay.
I
now,
just
I'm
wanted
gonna
to
do
see if
that
it can
later.
break like
Well,
5
you
million,
always
which
want
I
it to
can.
be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory.
But yeah, you can
that
do
you're
that
like,
with
"Ugh,
a
what
Yeah,
the
with
it
fuck?"
monk as
felt-
well
it
if you
felt like kind
sacrifice
of, a bit
defense.
optional in the
like
sense
crazy.
that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and
Like we have
spice
seen
up all
that.
my
Like
gear.
Perfect.
Nice,
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna say
obviously
that.
you've got this,
my
like,
bar cap is
raiding the
just
broken
strong,
down
but
version of the temple in the beginning.
big
that
sacrifices to
basically
any
changes this
defense at
whole
all.
thing halfway
You
through the
you would have
campaign.
seen, will you, that
It's
the
still a bit there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did
they're allowing, you know, obviously the
area-specific
talismans.
rewards throughout the campaign.
Yes.
Because
We
they're a
have
weapon,
also
you can
dropped
use them
in
with
here
any
from the
class,
Azure
so any
Encounter,
class
so
can change into a
Yes.
yeah, so that's pretty cool.
What is it today? I'm not
even
getting
if you're
enough
not doing the
charges
temples, doing
right
the in-world
now.
encounters can give you that extra drop per
Kind of
area.
annoying.
It
And,
seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken
Whatever
what
manual
Abyss was doing and
deactivated.
almost
Let's see if
shifted it over.
Yeah, there's
pretty
obviously some
much.
Bowser
modifications.
crit
but yeah,
breaks
it's the same
again.
concept.
We've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards.
I
and
know
crafting
why
and
it
stuff
breaks.
for
I
what
know
a league is
when
allowed
it
to do and
breaks,
should
and
do,
I'm trying
and we're
to
just trying to make sure that
prevent it from breaking.
It
Kinda
fulfills
don't
that-
have
it
budget
fills that
anymore at
budget,
this
so to
point,
speak,
and
of
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you're just getting a less.
I don't really care, like,
something like that, like
Sure,
kind of similar.
going
before,
to
which
standard
is good, but
anyways
yeah,
in a
I was
couple
definitely- that
days,
was a huge thing
and
with Abyss. I
in
thought it was
standard
a
I
big
have
improvement to
budget, so
campaign, so it's good to see you continuing with that. Then it was felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad
Standard
double
got
corruption is back. I feel
over
like that's
500 diffs.
a great thing
dash
from tier
settings,
1
so-
to be returning.
One thing
Jeez.
we've changed here
Is
is that because double corrupt
a couple days
existed
ago
in
I logged
POE1,
into standard and just for checking
you
if
never
anyone
Vaal
was still
gear.
playing.
Well, I
and,
don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases.
just
but
mentioned I had couple
generally speaking, why
hundreds,
single
orbs of
corrupted when you could double
Omen of
corrupt?
greater
So we've
annulment
made
sitting
sure
around
here that the
still.
double corrupt
And if
Yeah.
anyone
has to
wants
occur on
them,
top
like,
of a corrupted
yeah,
item.
one diff
cool.
each.
Right.
So
Okay, sure.
yeah, you have to Vaal orbs land it, and then you have to land the double
that's
corrupt on top
how
of
I made
that. So
300 divines in like
Oh man, it
15
almost feels
minutes.
like you're in some cases risking something even more because like you've got that
Yeah.
really high and unique with
People have single
the
items
like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier
from a
risk
single
now.
item.
In some
I
cases.
think my
Yeah,
highest
it's cool.
collection
That's the Vaal spirit right there.
Probably.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. Wow, no.
Some good streamer moments. So,
so you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply it.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Vaal orbs there as well.
Double corruption, obviously it has to be corrupted first, and then you corrupt it
You
again.
still use them on lightweight stones.
You
or
take
whatever,
it,
but,
that's it.
You know, I didn't want them to just
Yeah,
be
like
never used
you
on
can
gear
brick it
anymore because you'd
in
rather
many
just
ways
double
now.
corrupt it.
I know.
Right.
It was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in POE1
I don't know
as well,
what
but
sold,
then I
but
just
something
forgot
sold
about
for
it,
35
to be honest. So,
divines.
you know, I'm not sure if I do when I do that,
Hold
just
that.
before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell, no. But, you know,
Consider it.
I like the idea,
In
and
standard,
I
I
think
have
it is an overall
558
improvement,
divines.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Nice.
And then you've got this whole other system
Yes.
now, which you had a little bit of it in POE1 recently, where
Yeah, I
you
was
can
kind of
corrupt
thinking
uniques and it replaces a
trying
random
to
modifier
craft
on
a
them.
really
So this
stupid
is
quarter 7
limited
standard
to
because you can
specifically
still
Adziri. No,
find
Not Azeri, Vaal.
Assuming you
yeah,
paid
so
for it,
we initially, I really wanted to make it so you could
quarter
just replace
staff with
arbitrary
higher
mods on any
critical
unique. But
damage
the problem is, yes, it was just a
bonus,
can of
rolls.
worms that like was just not even possible to
Like,
contain.
I bought a couple with
So-
38% critical
So
damage
yeah,
bonus.
basically what we were like, okay, is there still
Gonna
a
try,
that's not gonna be quite so crazy? And then we
like
were
in standard, you can still get some items with like rolls that you cannot get in League.
for obviously thematic reasons. Then we can sort of
Oh,
Because,
yeah.
well,
while it's still
old
crazy,
rolls.
it's still insane interactions, we
But you can
at
still
least have
fracture
somewhat of an
those.
understanding of what happens, but it does truly work where like a
That's
piece of
for
random mod gets on
us.
the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, the you can create some.
You can use it on non-Vaal.
And yeah,
It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know.
Frank.
This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What was that?
Does it
Excuse me?
do? I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in POE1, so it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Vaal items because they've been like
Incompatible item error.
infused with royal bloodline blood, and
I
so it's like
just
the
got
way it
offered
works
a
on
bread.
Vaal uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and
Right.
you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Vaal.
wait,
So
I wanted to check.
I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a
Yeah.
Vaal unique in order to use this.
Right.
No, you can take the currency home.
Like people
so
can
that's
still add
never the end of the world, but I want it to be like, you know,
put stuff
just go
online.
grab
So
some random unique and
what does
re-roll it.
that?
Yeah, using on the Vaal uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make
Damage
sure,
bonus.
you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like that will happen. That is a part of the
You're
pull,
still
but we're
there?
trying to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
through,
sorry.
because we have
Okay.
a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on.
No, I was just listening to
I
what they
wanna
were
make
saying. They were
sure
saying
we're
that you
actually
can
thinking about, for example,
Vaal.
the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader.
non-Vaal uniques,
It's like
the
a
double
level
Vaal.
39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm
but
thinking
it's,
like,
how it works is very
this
different.
is a tool we could use to make that more in-game
Okay, here's
viable.
another.
And so you can do things like heavily
Why does my
increase the
camera keep
the
disconnecting? It's
defenses, 'cause,
proper
like,
weird.
obviously level
Oh
39
yeah, right. I
versus
wanted
level
to try
75
staggering
based type or
palm.
whatever,
I'm
it's
going.
got
Yeah, I
very
was going to
different
say no
defenses.
pros on it.
But then you could also be like, what about if we... Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So also you can replace,
How
I don't know,
expensive are
the life
those?
regeneration rate with a Soul Leader that generates
yeah,
once per
I'm
second
gonna
while a
eat
boss
so
is in
many
your presence or
divines.
something
It's
like that,
gonna
you know?
hurt.
So these are kind of examples, but that was the specific one that I really wanted to do. So then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader
It's 8
stacks and stuff? But it's like
divines.
very
8.5
specific outcomes,
divines
very
just for
specific to that
one
unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted
sinister
to do a bit of that
annulment.
to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what
That's
I mean,
gonna
to make
suck
them
to
more
try
in-game
to
viable.
fracture.
And I thought that was a cool way, and obviously that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't
What
do
is
it.
this?
Oh, here's my
You've
uniques,
established the
another,
concept
you know.
now.
Why
yeah.
are these
So,
all like
You know, we'll see
really
how it
high
goes,
roll
but,
fifth
I'm hoping
water
now,
staffs?
obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing
That's
specific
funky.
things with specific uniques,
There's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement.
I was also
So
checking
it's
through
starting
my
off well,
stash
but
if
I
I
was like,
maybe
let's
still
start
have
with the
like
mythic
a
uniques, the
really
rarest,
high
most powerful
crit
ones,
damage
and we'll
bonus
work
quarter staff
backwards,
from
getting to
like
the more common,
last
like,
week
you
or
know,
something
ones at the
sitting
end.
around,
then
but I
you've also
couldn't
got
find
just
any.
the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Only a
as well.
couple
True.
deepest
And I mean,
towers.
there was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah,
Like in
I mean,
standard, the deepest tower with
we'll
plus
see how
1
it
power
goes,
charge is
hopefully,
literally
and,
still
it's the
30
kind of thing
diffs.
where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So
We'll
if we
have
don't hit
one
the
of
mark
those
entirely
sitting
with all
around.
the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good,
Okay,
cool,
what do
really
we?
thought out
What
set
did I
for
want to do?
literally
I
every Vaal
wanted
unique.
to
So hopefully
see
that's
what that
fun,
guy
and
did
then you
for
do the cool
staggering
things, you
palm.
just get these really, really. I assume you're going to get some
What did
that
he
have
do?
these. You would replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two, because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new Adzira uniques that she's dropping. Then
Okay, good. He
obviously.
posted
She's,
it.
she's
He
kind
is
of
level
involved.
99.
Zero
Of
uniques,
course, he's
Trial
level
Master
99.
uniques,
Yeah, exactly.
a bunch of stuff. So
A fair few there then. Is
Like,
that
I'm not
something that you
surprised.
anticipate expanding upon in the future then?
I mean, we'll be always adding more value uniques.
What was
so,
it?
So yes.
What I'm gonna do, Ground, I'll be back on in about half an hour. I'm just gonna jump and watch the rest of this, and I'll jump in.
That makes sense for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just gonna-
I'll
I'm just
I
gonna
won't be long.
invest this staggering palm for a
Did you
bit.
ever discuss the idea of
Yeah, you'll have to let me know.
gems? It feels weird to
Yeah.
add
I'll be back in half an hour.
regular
Yeah, it
gems
doesn't.
and
It
gems.
doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Vaal skill gem is in POE1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some
Yeah.
sense, So it's like we're kind of doing that in our
You're already
normal
doing it,
gems at this
yeah.
point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the
yeah,
skills
glory
is kind of
like
outsourced.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's
Yeah.
kind of you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value
right.
at this point. I think.
Do
No,
you
that isn't to
think-
say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature.
I think this league, I definitely
And
gonna
are you
try
still kind of
and
with challenge leagues
farm
planning on
currency.
having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So the
post-launch.
So the plan for that was post-launch.
Try
Like
and
basically,
make
we
it
were
so
kind of like
I've
during
got
early
some
access
currency.
doesn't quite make
So
sense to
stick
do
with it
that.
last week.
But
You know,
post-launch,
we got given
we'll
loads of stuff,
return to
but
that again.
still never had no.
Right, shifting onto the topic
Paw.
of end game, but
Paw, man.
first, just a
Give me
brief
all the
detour.
nothing left.
Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? on that? It's
Well, we
obviously
don't have
not
anything to say at the
happening
moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so it's just.
So the brought
right
the
now,
Druid.
nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks
They brought
for
the temple.
helping the Delirium Fog.
I brought some
You saw
balance
the
and
memes,
balancing.
I guess,
For sure.
I mean, it's not a
So
lot, but
been
it is probably
enjoying
important.
what
The
you mean,
rebalancing, the
that's good,
optimization
visibility
is the
improvement
best.
for the end game, but
Yeah,
not
I've
only
got
that,
48
it goes from
super,
just
and
tone
so
down the
it
fog, you
rinses
done
my
some automated
frames.
things with the
Yeah,
Console
so,
getting
I
60
mean,
FPS. That's
Waystone
what I mean. That's what you
I mean,
need.
the very first
If I
question,
can't get
and
60
before we even
FPS,
toned down the fog, the first question
then
was,
they're
okay,
not
well,
gonna
why
get
do you feel like
60
you have to
FPS?
run every map this way in the first place, right? Like
Yeah.
the fact that there's something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the
Yeah.
fact that
This is the thing that
effect is
confused me.
also annoying. So
So,
that was the first thing to
are
solve. And I
they-
really then started coming into, okay, well, like
Are they,
people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying.
are
We
they
only
get-
made
are
it
they
more
getting rid
annoying
of
in Abyss with the
Delirium?
having to go somewhere else and get it,
Delirium
it
fog,
just made it
because
not,
if they are,
not particularly
it's a
great.
waste of a.
So
It's
yeah,
a
the
stash
first
tab,
question was,
innit?
how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we're
About
like,
stash tab for
we can
Delirium.
go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do. In which case, it's more about like which league do you want to run for different, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like Waystones, they will get regular. They'll have the regular crafting of just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things.
So you can
which,
Delirium the tablets,
helps
not
a
the
lot.
thing is.
And then of course the question was, well, how can we make sure that we're not
it's
like
on my
doing a
ass,
nerf to overall juicing potential
Yeah.
here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the like the power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things
Start
like
wearing a hat on stream
in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more end game for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see is like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have an immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to end game later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So,
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Path of Exile, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want.
I'm not saying with the drop POE1.
But trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and
tricky.
so I do want to put like people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it end game anyway. So I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's
and
also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
so the reworking end game to the point where
yes, that tree
totally
is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So it's that will get a full drastic change, and then the something. That like POE1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing. Now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from POE1. Was not our end goal, you know what I mean? Like, they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like, honestly, we need to up the epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues.
They are going to do it out there.
Ritual has the whole Omens are too good.
It's not even a full release game yet, is it?
Why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated. And it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option, do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone. Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel
it does look better.
Right,
it does look better.
Kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh, damn. Oops. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But Yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
They can finally rest.
thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about.
I don't mind monster
we kind of
density
thought
being
that
high
players
though.
probably wouldn't like it because
Like some people do, but I
like monster
personally
density can be
don't
a
mind
very
it.
touchy thing, right?
Makes
But
your
the
builds
funny
look
thing
prettier when
is
you
that
go.
what we found was that even after we like what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But you know, overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful. So
the need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't.
So does that mean like
it's not like a thing you need to worry
J15s
about?
are actually going to be quite difficult?
But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making like on the Atlas Tree. You know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters. Where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So. But then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack size as possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. Right. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, you know, intentional. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is. I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine.
okay.
There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like ideally you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, so and the keystones and stuff like that. So but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean,
but yeah,
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary. Where like in the past, it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size, or stack as much rarity as you can. But maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty
I wonder
and
if rarity
rarity.
has changed.
I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has no AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like there's definitely been like it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with like noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in POE2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as like relative to each other. So if it's got if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in POE1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really like it wasn't
you reckon,
really that great. So do you reckon this league? It's been a while since we've done that stuff in POE1 even.
We'll kind of like
we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like everything feels as
die pretty quick.
No reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean it appears in some
Druid's going to be
for
good.
example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have
but it'll take you what, a week maybe, a week and a half before you figure out
like a floating
the best Druid build.
Right. Yeah. Which also,
maybe 2 weeks.
I don't know what
2.5 weeks.
But what is it?
Before everything's done on the tree.
It's a clear and
on
just
the
obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating glowing cash money
temple, and then what do you do after that?
Guys loaded.
Farm currency again.
Don't
Run
kill me.
maps. I love POE, and obviously I know they're gonna.
But I just remembered you.
I know they're gonna.
And I was like, hold on, did we
do it in 0.5?
But or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons.
If I'm genuinely being honest, I'd have rather them sacked the Druid off.
Anger inducing.
Like totally sacked it off and said, "Look, we can't get it out, but we're going to give you end game changes."
But as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot.
I'd rather have end game changes.
People were just doing the whole coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which
the end
I think
game's
is quite cool,
good.
is
It's
once
just
you've
once you've run a map,
all the
you've run all
checkpoints
maps.
in
Do
the
you know what I
map,
mean?
which sometimes is 4, 2, you know, the things
And
for
you can't
fast
be
traveling
asked
and
after that. Right,
respawning. Then all of the things
Appear on the minimap.
appear on the minimap.
Get to level
Yeah, the funny thing is
96,
I thought we already
97. You know,
I
well,
don't think we have.
that's it now.
Okay, right.
that's what I was just remembering. I was like,
we intended
back
to deploy
again,
that
let's go
back
for
when
the
people were
campaign.
complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
so
that
you
was
just
implemented a while
play your
ago.
map. You generally find
Yeah.
the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
Every
So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
okay.
Yeah.
Just so
Because
basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Interesting.
Now, some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right, but you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least. I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
yeah, it's about kind of getting those last things and
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can
It's
also
fine.
use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So
Now-
we did finally
That's
find
good, to
a
be fair.
solution. to
I'm
kinda get
hoping
to
this
the-
is a.
Oh,
good
my
middle
camera
ground.
gone again.
Because yes, so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay.
I think I'm going to
And,
reinstall
then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I
OBS.
get it. You
I
probably
think I'm
missed
going to
something, you know where it is
uninstall
now.
it and reinstall it.
It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares; it's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's you know, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so yeah, it's
It's a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the like, I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel
That's
like
cool,
that they're FOMOing because like, oh, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, like that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time, so that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Good, yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random like.
Good.
Wait,
What more
did we
words can
do
I
that?
say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone
I
forgot.
fully
Yeah,
It's in the
forgot about
Q&A.
it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1.
That's cool.
And so kind of
How long
like
have been
roughly for
live?
an example, like the average POE2 passive is like
I've got- yeah,
10%,
there's that.
whereas the POE1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power is kind of being shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in POE2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of
I reckon Culmination's been nerfed. Culmination's going to be a big nerf.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree
Fire's getting
being
a
weaker.
huge
Like,
buff.
I guess we didn't really even think
And
about it in the
ice.
point of
Fire and ice.
comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot
The
of
fact
our
that you can
base
put a
balance.
totem and it can cast
And,
anything it wants to is nuts.
So it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to POE1. It was more just like what do we want gear to
Like,
do? What do we
put-
want
you
the
put the
passive tree to
totem
do?
down
What do
and
we
then
want?
put,
And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters
What's
to
it called?
scale and
Higher winter,
which they're all
and then
different.
have that
right? The way that the monster scale per
scepter.
level isn't the same. The way that
The one that allows it to
and thus the tree
inflict
benefits are different. The gear is different. And,
critical
everything.
weakness.
So, again, not really. It
Damage
was conscious
increase massively
decisions,
when
but
a
not
critical
conscious
weak.
decisions to nerf from POE1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean I don't. Couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally, the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in POE1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you know, you get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that, and so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but and just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I know. I would say
Again, they said it again.
I mean, I'm pretty
end game. Like they should have focused on end game.
Just that ratio of importance.
I reckon a lot of people would have been
it's a question of how much
happy
power do you get for free, right?
to not have the druid, but had a proper solid league mechanic with a proper
that's a little bit lower
focused
and
end game.
Some people,
with
the
changes.
reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in POE1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
There. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in POE1, but you have base life.
Yeah.
I get as in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just since you brought it up, I guess still pretty happy with the decision to remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
It's we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, the tree will just continue to evolve, and we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that. We added more ignite support around the mercenary. For example, this time, as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to more some prod speedy stuff because we were looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. It's it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, you can shoot them across the screen. And so how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, So we're doing a bunch of little increments like that, just based on what builds need.
Got a little
I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right.
It does.
And, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But
really?
I actually prefer
I'm sat at
doing it that way than
1.1
just
million
increasing all the
DPS.
numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's what did you actually achieve?
So with the approach to life then, which I feel makes sense, not wanting the trees to look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? There's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I just
I guess
it's going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming.
Don't nerf
but
Ghost
we're at
Dance.
the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention. Yes, that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up
Energy shields, obviously, the recharge rate isn't too bad.
I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's
it's
like
still
God
too
tier,
slow, if
that's
that makes
exactly
sense.
what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know,
they should allow you to
we're
recover
making that
energy
item
shield.
rarer.
Obviously, we aren't having to put a belt on.
That doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away, but on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case, but yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based, and as I said, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And
if you nerf ES, then there's no point having Chaos Inoculation. Do you know what I mean?
Not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back.
If you can't get enough ES, and you've got
and that happened,
rubbish amount of it, and you have to spec for the stun points and all this sort.
You've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously, you'd do this. So.
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite. You know, I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand.
I feel like the game's pretty well balanced,
trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like what 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, POE1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh. You want to update. You want to make new. There's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out. You know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles. You know, that's fine. Which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. Right. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities, and I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. Right. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like, we probably need to have to look at it, but I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was... I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So, you know,
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. Yeah. But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for POE2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff.
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker? Right. And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in
that
particular
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in POE1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like Spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on Spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. Increasing the mana cost, but
I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
That might be it.
And that's it. It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah, added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like, I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling, though, back when we did that, of this inevitable, like, we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that. Because, like, it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just... I think it kind of sucks as a thing, personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra...
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want... Like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you... Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better. But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But... It's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you
focus
actually made
every
a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here.
Yeah, see that, right
there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate. Maybe. Where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. Yeah. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the end-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come, and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So yeah, I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. Yeah. We've had our you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools, that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, you know, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, you know, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's also, it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like we can't say like the number of the like what okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it. I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like, that's very
it's
okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should give? What should Dex give?
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Sure.
Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and
I'm not going to say that they're now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't lightning builds necessarily. Nice. But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that
doesn't need
is,
sorting out.
You know, kind of enjoyable. So,
again,
it's more important to not just
scales as well.
Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet. But the problem is obvious. So at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold.
But ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damage directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level. I mean, you know, you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well, but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Like,
kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yeah.
So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the Shock back and some of the other outliers here and there was a first step in the direction, but it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning, you know. It's like, be easy to do, it's the wrong thing to do for sure. So
yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
It's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it. And, you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like, I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know. I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good, and so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right, let's just change everything and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it, for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about Abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of Waystone crafting from it.
Yeah, sure, there'll be a few number of changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there. Yeah. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets.
And they fix the scaling of the
start
weapons,
running
so
it,
you get a decent weapon as you go through. It scales actually up rather than.
I'm to hear that like overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of like the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with like the Sacrifice of Vaal stuff too. Well, the new Vaal stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
Well, I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. Finally, we can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the
past, they can't get rid of
asynchronous
trade.
This kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play, they gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result, like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that you, each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we
that's why they're doing the two splits, isn't it?
Yeah. It's more about retention.
They want you to go back to
like, what are we
POE1.
doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league as opposed to how many
and then back to POE2. They don't care if you play for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyper-fixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like to league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, so long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? Yeah. What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got... And, you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
Of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move faster. It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so move speed's less important. I feel we don't like mandatory mod items on it was that topic. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thanks team. Just confirming that. I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other, because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But, is that one that is getting
we've done number
love,
buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the POE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got changes everywhere.
In the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. It specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that.
I said dinner. I said monk could be both.
But those won't be in the
everyone's
patch
going to
notes
start playing it.
that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing. I've held back from the patch notes. I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that. Just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
That's so now.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be like I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah, but also
It just like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately,
Yo,
I think
Pixel Beach, thank you for the follow.
Yes, I know. And I know we need swords. I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
It's funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords.
0.5 probably. 0.5.
It's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. The end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now, for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made. Maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure, sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where having an uncapped combo thing, then you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point. So that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is. But again, more like in 95%.
I reckon it'll be 5. I reckon it'll be 5 to 20%.
Underplayed things to be a bit better,
and you'll have a max combo.
Just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision what would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like Druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
they
were like
a long time.
That was actually for the Huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time. And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And it's just requiring a lot of existing UI.
I
know.
Controller inventory. Okay, good news. It's been worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like I really, really do. So like it'll be. I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it, and do what we want to do. But so you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy. So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
true.
That's
what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying. Like looking at the side-by-side footage was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan. But effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before.
That's good.
Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because like the thing with multi-threading is that depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
That's going to be massive once it's all out.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, like already it's so much better now. But we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. That's great news. Patch notes are here.
All right.
We will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore. They've got
everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and
Oh
playing
my god. Are you joking, mate? It's Flicker Strikers had above. Flicker Strikers had above. Right, so new content and features, ascendancy changes. So let's go for Monk. Invoker protects me from harm now grants 35% less evasion. That's fine. Additionally grants meta skills. A Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills of 50%. Unbound Avatar granted by and I Shall Rage has been updated. Now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict ailment. Shocking Igniting, grant 1 Fury now 2. Okay. Acolyte Chula gives you 10 darkness instead of 8. So now you now get 15-15, so that's a huge buff. That's another over double. Longer. Acolyte Chew has been thingy like massive. You ready? You ready? You ready for Flicker Psych? It's had a buff. Look. Watch. Oh what? I swear someone put it had a buff. Killing Palm now grants a power charge if colourable enemy dies while you're dashing to them. Now also quickly dashes and strikes additional valid targets. What an upgrade! What an upgrade! Herald of Thunder now has an attack damage of 40 to 122%, previously 47 to 133. So that's been nerfed. Let's go all the way back. Let's just go all the way to the top. So Acolyte Chaiula has got obviously a buff. Smith of Katava's had some huge buffs. Deadeye, Windward has been removed. Bullseye now required call shots. Added new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy. Tailwade now grants 1% movement speed. So that's been massively nerfed. CPU, core mechanic. 20 new skills, primary primal skills, added 35 new supports, 250 new passive skills, 10 new unique items, new weapon classes, augments. Okay. So we'll save that image. Right, let's have a look at these then. So Invoker, I feel like has been nerfed. Oh no, Protect Me from Harm is 35 less evasion, which is massive because nobody was taking it. So therefore, you know what I mean, 50% less evasion is stupid. 50% spirit reservation and efficiency is massive as well. Now, to be fair, Invoker's had a buff. Acolyte's had a huge buff. Free cooldown charges. Look at that damage. Void Illusion skill now grants 350% to 128%. 1,268%. Previously 185 to 670. That's insane. Right. Crescendo 1, 2, and 2 thing are now intelligence support gems. Oh, you're joking me. That's well annoying. Perpetual Charge is now an intelligence support gem. They're the two main ones I use. Oh, Inevitable Critical has now been renamed to Inoxable Critical 1 support. So that means it's going to change to 2 or 3. Tool Stillness now grants support skills gain 40% cold damage is extra cold, previously 20. Estrus Radiance. So these are massive. Look at these. These three here. They're massive for Chaos. Oh my, Acolyte of Chaiula has had a huge, huge buff. Jesus Christ. Honestly, Acolyte has had a massive buff. You're getting an extra 8% per damage. And then now you're getting fire damage, lightning damage, and cold damage. It's extra chaos damage for an extra 20%. Oh. Physical damage is extra. Yeah, look at they're huge buffs. Rook Smelting now grants fully breaking armor with support skills cause effect. Effective attacks to permanently take 5% increased physical damage, up to 20%. and it was 2 up to 20. So does that mean that thing is still going to work? Shatter the explosion. That's now 30%. Garakon's Resolve now grants maximum critical hit chance with supported skills is 50%, and no longer grants supported skills become unusable after you move 20 meters. Supported skills become usable after use. Again, after use. What does that mean now? Supported skills become unusable again after use. Oh, so you use it and then it's not usable. I think that's what it's saying. So they're all saying, look, if I've got it open. Oh no, I ain't got it open. I've still got it open. Look, is it still there? Nah. Flicker Strike's got both. Honestly, not even joking. You've literally got Chaos has increased by 20%. Garakon's Resolve is now got 50% critical hit chance. Aelif's Chime is 25% chance to when expending a combo. It used to be previously 10% chance. Honestly, Flicker Strike is gonna slap. It's gonna absolutely slap. I'm not even joking. Not even joking. You ain't ready for this. You ain't ready for this. No druid for me. No druid for me. I'm gonna practice Acolyte of Chiola. So I know this Acolyte of Chiola, and I'm gonna make a Chaos Poison Flicker Strike Monk. And it's just gonna go. Now instead grants support skills chain 100 more times. Pieta's Mercy means you couldn't kill him. Dominus Grain now instead grants support skills chain 100% more times. Okay. Culmination, look. Support more damage per combo now as a cap of 10 combo, 20 combo. Yeah, I thought so. Living Lightning's attacks now deal the same amount of damage for each hit in the chain. Previously, doing less damage. Oh, that's cool. No longer restrict to melee attacks. But Upheaval and Branch of Fissures. They can now support any skill which creates fissures. Oh, that's cool as well. The Frozen Mandibles monster can once again no longer be bound to Spectra attains beasts, bust summon skills. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which a player successfully uses a skill but fails to hit. Enemy ice fragments created by his skill and now able to hit. Added wind type to the following skills: Tornado, Whirling Slash, Wind Blast, Wing Blast, Whirling Lance, Wind Serpent, Tornado Shot, created by, and the projectiles created by Staggering Palm. Invocation skills now have a 0.2 second cooldown. Freezing Salvo is now offered as a tier 3 skill gem. Ancestral Cry, Ancestral Warrior Arc, Armor Breaker now deals more damage. Hits now break 11 to... Oh, yeah, more damage. Charge Regulation. No longer grants more skill speed when you have a frenzy charge. Oh, boo. Oh, what? Charge regulation no longer grants more skill speed when you have a frenzy charge. Now grants 25% to 24 to 25% increased skill speed while you have a frenzy charge at gem levels 14 to 25. Ah, nice. Nice. Freezing mark no longer causes an explosion. Instead, freezing the marked enemy grants a buff that grants damage as cold, extra damage as cold. Tired. Elemental invocation now has 25% to 68% increased energy gained at gem levels 8 to 20, which was 12 to 57%. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my actual god. My latest build. My latest build is gonna slap. I'm not even joking. I'm not even gonna try like I am, yeah, I'm glazing myself. The latest build that I have done, that I've made, every single one of these so far has been buffed. And I'm already at a million DPS on Flickr. Just like right, let's just get notes up. Okay, notes. So we're gonna rename that. So we're gonna put it as Flickr buffs. Okay. So oh, get off me, man. Right, so we've got have we got any of these? Walking Wild Keystone has been removed from past the skill tree, and its effects have been moved onto a newly added lineage support. Okay, that's all right. So look, added three new areas to the monk's passive tree. What else we got? Inevitable critical has now been renamed, which is fine. These here. All right. Uruk smelting has now been buffed again. What else we got? Garakan's Resolve. Ailish Charms, like, it's all right to be fair, but that's to be fair that's got buff. You got 25% chance. It was free. It was a 10% chance. So that's kind of a buff. But obviously combo's gone down, but that's fine. So Dominus now chains. Okay. Culmination. Again, that's fine. That's the thing here. That's the one that's kind of like that could be. Yeah, not so good. So then we go down here. Okay, and then this is where we start. Like I said, this is where we start getting to decent stuff. Charge regulation no longer grants more skill speed, but it grants 25%, 24 to 25% increased skill speed. So that's a huge buff. Huge. Elemental invocation is now 25 to 68%. So that means that's better for charge. Glacial Cascade. Wave now converts 80% physical damage to cold, previous 60. Final Burst now converts 100% physical damage to cold. So Glacial Cascade's got a buff. The whole thing that I ran as a monk is now buffed. Killing Palm now grants a power charge if the killer of enemies dash into them. Okay, again, Killing Palm, buff. All you do, Killing Palm, get your power charges. You don't even need to have cast on crit. To be fair, it's cast on crit had to change. Cast on, no, I haven't. Again, look, sacrifice. Sacrifice has got a buff. Shattering Palm, a buff. Nah, the amount of people that are going to be monk, I can guarantee you. Staggering Palm, projectiles now deals 61 to 204% of attack damage at gems level 3 to 20. Staggering Palm's projectile burst and duration will now only start decreasing after the first projectile has been generated. Staggering Palm now grants its buff if a primed enemy is stunned or killed while you are dashing to them. Now also quickly dashes and strikes additional valid targets. So you don't even need Ancestral Call on it. To be fair, these are skill gems out there. Tempest Bell has had an increase as well. Stormwave's not changed. Tempest Bell's had a buff. Vaulting Impact. Broken Stance supplied by Vaulting Impact now has 60%, a 60-second duration and is removed after taking 10 hits. Voltate Mark no longer makes a target susceptible to shock or cause an explosion. Instead, makes the target more susceptible to being electrocuted. And on electrocuting a mad target grants you a buff in which you gain an extra damage as lightning damage for a duration until you apply a new mark. That's pretty cool. Wind Dancer Gale Force now is 27. Oof. Wind Dancer has been nerfed. Baseline movement of Whirling Assault has been reworked to be more fluid. Now has plus 1 second to total attack time, previously 1.4. Now has 14 melee strike range and 1% area of effect. That's pretty good. Unique items. So did I even use any unique items? I don't think I did. Oh, let's resolve. Oh my god. Look, They've just... Honestly. Because I used to use Aura's Resolve, but it now gives you excess life recovery adds as guard for 20 seconds. Do you think Headhunters? You think Headhunters been nerfed? Warrior Invictus is pretty good. Look at that, 10 to 14 spirit per socket. It was previously 6 to 10. Warrior Invictus has had a buff, like a huge buff. Oh, look at that. Thunder Fist Crackling Palm skill now has 15% base critical hit chance, previously 5, so it's had a big increase, and deals 40% more lightning damage at all levels. Item changes. Runes have been changed to augments. Existing augment talismans have been renamed to idols. Existing items that have been invalid will follow limit. Saqual's Ruin, Venomous Pharaoh's Ruin of Grace. So all these now look have a yeah. So quite a lot of these have a limit of 1. I bet you the one for the speed as well. You know the what they're called, the attack speed. Yeah, Idol Sirius is now limited to 1. That's a downgrade. Oh. Oh, they're big changes. Look at them. These soul cores. 1. Synchronis show the foulness. 1. What's Mobalytics. So that's okay, that's not me. Where am I? A true power flicker strike. So it was that one. What did I have in it? Venomous Rune of Agony. Agony. Damn. Ooh, that's gonna change things. So she can now can't have this. Okay, so what's the other one? What did I change it to then? Of Sky. Yeah. Damn. So you might have to have Chaos and that, but yeah. So them two there are quite big nerfs, to be fair. Again, this as well. Sirius, that's a nerf. You know what I mean? Flicker Strike though could be not Flicker Strike. Holopalm seems to be quite good. Yeah, everything's like Maul, Spear. Should we go for quarter? Damages extra elemental damage mods and staves are now 33% stronger on average. Existing items can be updated using... Oh! Okay. Magnitude of damage ailments desecrated mod and staves now rose between 40 to 64. Spell damage on staves. So that's good, because there's extra elemental damage on a stave. It's 33% stronger. That's a massive extra elemental damage. The of calls modifier on staves now grants +1 to fire spells, +2. Perfect essence of battle. Look, all attacks on two-handed melee weapons and crossbows. So that's now +5. So that's a nerf. Okay, even melee attacks as well. Yeah, it's a nerf. Added a quick search feature to the stat filters in the trade market. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's the rage meter, that with that little red thing there. Cool. When switching between control and keyboard, the character selection screen, the game will remember if you use WASD or not. Yay. Obviously, it don't affect me, but like some people do, it does. It'd be nice to stick with controller. Sit back. So. All in all, okay, genuinely, the monk has has had a buff. So and on that, I am gonna go. Thank you all for jumping in. If you're still here, like I said, quite a long stream for me. I will be back. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. I've got a video coming out. It's all to do with 0.4. Has 0.4 like broke the monk, or has it changed the monk? From what I can see, it's kind of like made. What's that? Remnant attraction. Oh, okay. So again, look, it's got 3 new passive areas. So yeah, we've got some buffs. We've got some changes. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Right, I'll catch you all in a bit. Stay safe. Peace.